To real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development, experience knowledge in action. Welcome to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development, experience knowledge in action. Welcome to to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, a story driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development, experience knowledge in action. Welcome to the
Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? What will it take to lead the digital age?
Welcome to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, a story driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development and experience knowledge in action. Welcome to the United Nations Economic.
Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources. The youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? What will it take to lead the digital age?
Welcome to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, a story driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development and experience knowledge in action.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are waiting for some of our delegates to arrive, and then we can begin. Sincerely apologize to everyone in the room and online. We hope to start soon. To view the latest program, please scan the QR code that will appear on your screen shortly. Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour. Nous attendons l'arrivée de quelques délégués avant de pouvoir commencer. Nos sincères excuses à toutes les personnes présentes dans la salle et en ligne. Nous espérons commencer très prochainement. Pour consulter le programme, scannez le code QR qui apparaîtra sur votre écran support. Désolé. Merci beaucoup.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Welcome to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, a story driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development and experience knowledge in action.
Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources. The youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to take your seats so we can commence with the proceedings. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à prendre place afin que nous puissions commencer la séance. Merci beaucoup. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. Bon après-midi, salam alaikum, Boakade, habari za mchana, tena istalin, as we say in Amharic. These are only a few ways to say good afternoon, but we know that there are a lot of cultures and languages here represented. And to celebrate that, I would like to invite you to greet the person to your left and to your right in your own mother tongue. Please take a moment to do that. All right. Thank you. I hope somebody gave you a greeting in a tongue that you probably didn't understand. Okay. Je suis Banke Abejiri et je suis
I'm Baki Abedri. I'm in charge of economic affairs at the Economic Commission of the United Nations for Africa, the ECA, and I'll be your moderator during this session. On behalf of the ECA, I'd like to express our deep gratitude to the government of the Kingdom of Morocco for its commitment and continuous collaboration that has enabled us to host us in this magnificent city of Tangier. Thank you so much. Shukran.
C'est avec plaisir et honneur.
It is my great pleasure and honor to wish you all a very warm welcome to the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts and to the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa and to the African Conference of Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
This year's session convenes under the timely and forward-looking theme, Growth through Innovation, Harnessing Data and Frontier Technologies for the Economic Transformation of Africa. The focus of the conference is both strategic and consequential. It underscores a dual imperative for the continent. On the one hand, to deploy frontier technologies to enhance Africa's competitiveness by boosting productivity and driving economic diversification. And on the other, to reinforce digital sovereignty through robust data governance frameworks, stronger institutions, and greater systemic resilience. The conference will begin with a meeting of the Committee of Experts from the 28th to the 30th of March, and it will be followed by side events on the 31st of March and the 1st of April. The ministerial segment will be held on the 2nd and 3rd of April and will include a high-level policy dialogue on the theme of the conference, the launch of the Sustainable Health Financing Initiative, the annual Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture, and roundtable discussions on a series of sub-themes. Throughout the conference, delegates are invited to visit a knowledge fair that has been put together to showcase work and encourage peer learning by the Kingdom of Morocco, the ECA, and various development partners. The fair is located at the front entrance of the Palais des Arts et de la Culture. Now, before we proceed into the main program for the day, I would like to provide some housekeeping information. Wi-Fi is available for your use on COM 2026 and no password is needed. Simultaneous interpretation is available in Arabic on channel 1, French on channel 2, and English on channel 3. You will be able to adjust the volume of your speakers to a level that is comfortable for you. We do ask that you be considerate of other delegates. If you would like to make an intervention, kindly lift your country nameplate or your hand to take the floor, and you will be called upon. All documents for the conference are available online through PaperSmart, and you can scan the QR code which will be displayed on the screen to access the PaperSmart portal. There are prayer rooms available for your use in the hallway beside this plenary room. There's also a medical stand available for all your health needs, and the ushers will be happy to show you the way there. Enfin, n'hésitez pas à vous renseigner au bureau d'information.
There'll be an information bureau at the entrance of the palace, and this is where you can provide all your requests to our staff. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, and I'm now going to give the floor to the chair of the bureau of the 43rd Saturday of the Committee of Experts, Monsieur Mohamed Tag Bashir, Director of the Treasury and External Finance of the Ministry of Finance of Economy of the Kingdom of Morocco. He is going to lead the proceedings. Thank you very much, and welcome to all to the Kingdom of Morocco. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I declare the session officially open. It is our honor to wish you all a warm welcome to the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts and the 58th session of the Ministers of Finance, Economy and Economic Planning. Before making my own statement, please allow me on behalf of all the members of the outgoing Bureau to thank the government and the people of the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting this very high-level meeting in this beautiful city of Tangier. Allow me please also to express our deep gratitude to the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, the Deputy General Secretary Katate, and the Secretariat of the ECA for the excellent organization of this conference.
At this moment, we would like to call upon the chair to deliver his statement. Thank you. Monsieur, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup.
You have the floor, sir. Excellencies, the Executive Director for Africa, Hanan Morsi, Ms. Mama Keita, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure again to wish you all a very warm welcome in this beautiful city of Tangier. At a time when Morocco is ending its mandate as the chair of the committee, so I'd like to express again my gratitude to each state who is member of the Economic Commission for Africa for the rigor, the spirit of collaboration, during the whole discussions. This is a great moment, a moment of weak resilience at the same time. The real GDP growth in Africa has rebounded, reaching 4% in 2025. We observe a concrete results, positive transformation in various fields, projects, high-speed train project in Morocco, in Egypt, and the Technopolis of Kanza in Kenya. However, as experts, our role is also to challenge ourselves and to strengthen and consolidate past achievements. First of all, and this is maybe the most important item, the composition of our growth brings about some thoughts. The recent achievements were driven by an accumulation of factors, the growth of capital investment and a growing active population, and not due to a growth of total productivity of factors. So by growing the resources, but not by the optimization of their use. So for the ministers of finance and planning, this shows that the efficiency of private and public investments have shown some limitations. So those who are responsible of technologies, communication, this shows clearly that there is a huge potential that is not properly exploited. The digital area also that needs to be improved. So, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our guidance and topic, growth through innovation, is not a simple abstract aspiration. It is key, strategically speaking, to protect our economies against our external shocks. And this underscores a structural vulnerability. Our industries depend a lot on external factors out of the continent, and this is key for our entrance. For example, two-thirds of the supplies in oil, mineral, and other chemical products, plastic, and fertilizers that are indispensable to our industries actually are still coming out from the continent. So if we want to put an end to this vicious circle, we need to further strengthen our regional collaboration. So regional collaboration, harmonization of policies, the implementation of common platforms of research and development are key if we want to create resilient value chains that can actually support our resources, our local productions in our continent. So innovation is the main driver of our economy, but it has two main obstacles: uncertainty and delays. When it comes to uncertainties, we need to consider data in real time, just as an important value. We need to better deal with risk. Our digital infrastructure needs to provide transparent and reliable data for all our markets, and this is how our markets they can move forward without those past uncertainties. So again, this is a main task in the framing of our strategies when it comes to technology, communication and information technologies. When it comes to delays, I'm speaking about mainly administrative obstacles, but not only. There are direct, immediate costs. The transport of merchandise between African countries represent more than 58% of time compared to international standards. We need to improve that rate. For any company, time is money, so the solution is to be found in digital platforms. The replacement of procedures that are still based on paper must be changed and must become interoperable platforms. And this can actually reduce the transaction time frames. This can improve our commercial balances. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, when we will be renewing the Bureau and given the innovation as a key asset, public asset, this can actually help us all move forward. This is what will improve local production, strengthen our markets, boost local markets, and also strengthen regional cooperation in the face of international instability. So we need to be ready for this new normal and be able to properly exploit all the potential of Africa. So I wish the new Bureau success in the deployment of its program of work. And we have to make sure that next time the growth will be not defined by the reaction to external factors, but by its inner resilience. So I'm looking forward to the conclusions of the committee of experts, and I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boucher, for your remarks as the outgoing chair. I would now like to call upon the Deputy Executive Secretary, Program Support of the Economic Commission for Africa, Mama Keita, for her remarks. Mama Keita, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam. Dear outgoing chair, Director of the Treasury and External Finance of the Kingdom of Morocco, Executive Deputy Secretary in charge of the program of the ECA, the Secretary of the Commission, Mr. Tali, representative of the Moroccan administration, ladies and gentlemen, dear and distinguished delegates and participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. On behalf of the General Deputy Secretary of the United Nations and the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Claver Katete, it is my pleasure and honor to wish you all welcome to this conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, Growth through Innovation, Harnessing Data and Frontier Technologies for Economic Transformation in Africa, is timely and will provide a unique opportunity for us to discuss the role of data and frontier technologies in accelerating Africa's transformation and achieving sustainable growth through innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grappling with a situation where innovation has not had a significant impact on growth in Africa. Between 2000 and 2023, the continent growth in gross domestic product, called GDP, averaged 3.5%, but the composition of the growth shows that the continent made limited progress in productivity-enhancing transformation. Africa's growth has been propelled mostly by factor accumulation, capital, and labor. Total factor productivity, which captures efficiency, technological progress, institutional quality, and unmeasured input, has not contributed significantly. We need to increase this contribution, but how can we do this? In other words, how can Africa leverage frontier technologies to utilize its natural resources, youthful population, and its sizable markets to boost productivity growth? Distinguished delegates, frontier technologies and innovation are not only useful to unlock Africa's growth potential and enhance the competitiveness of African economies through productivity growth and diversification. They can also be used to accelerate structural transformation, allowing the much-needed reallocation of resources from low to high productivity sectors. When embedded within an enabling policy and regulatory environment, supported by adequate financing and informed by data analytics, frontier technologies and their ongoing innovation can improve living standards and build countries' capacity to secure a durable competitive advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is progressing in the adoption of frontier technologies, but is clearly not doing so as quickly as other regions. Permit me to illustrate this point with a few examples. One, artificial intelligence is expected to contribute 5.6% to the GDP of Africa. Oceania and developing Asia's market by 20 2030. This may seem substantial, but is far below the 10.4% expected for developed economies in Asia, 14.5% for North America, and 10.3% for Europe. The market for the Internet of Things in Africa may expand from 7 billion in 2024 to more than 20 trillion by 2031, driven by rising smartphone penetration, expanding licensed cellular connections, increased use of smartphone, smart agriculture, logistic, and utility management systems. The figure, however, is only about 0.9% of the projected 2.65 trillion global market 2031. The biotechnology market size in Africa is expected to reach 138 billion by 2030, compared with a global market of 3.88 trillion. Distinguished delegates, the opportunities offered by the frontier technologies across economic sectors are enormous and multidimensional. For instance, there is no doubt that digital platforms underpinned by frontier technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and blockchain, to name just a few, hold significant potential to reduce poverty, generate employment opportunities, promote economic integration, and drive economic growth. Digital payment systems and mobile money platforms are transforming Africa's economy by lowering transaction costs, boosting efficiency, enhancing access to finance and markets, and advancing financial inclusion. At the same time, nearly 30% of the world's critical minerals that are essential for clean energy technologies are in Africa, giving the continent a comparative advantage over other world regions. Strategic industries such as digital technologies and telecommunications also depend on these critical minerals, making Africa an indispensable actor in this vital and fast-growing space. Frontier technologies also have the potential to transform agriculture in Africa, since they can be used to boost crop productivity, enhance water and land use efficiency, and promote climate resilience and adaptation. For example, in Kenya and Tanzania, a genetically modified drought-tolerant hybrid variety of maize was developed that produces 35 to 50% higher yields during drought conditions than conventional maize varieties and wastes 30% less water. Similarly, sugarcane farmers in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, are using multispectral satellite imagery to detect early signs of water stress, allowing for timely irrigation adjustments. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the global digital revolution and advances in frontier technologies require an adaptive workforce. Africa has the youngest population of any region in the world, with a median age of 19, compared with 33 years in Asia, 42 years in Europe, 33 years in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 39 years in North America. Young people tend to be more adaptive and creative, and they consume more digital and innovative technologies, creating a broader market, underscoring another competitive advantage for Africa. Globally, artificial intelligence and automation are expected to create 170 million jobs while displacing 92 million jobs by 2030, resulting in a net gain of 78 million jobs. Africa can only benefit from these new jobs if it prioritizes the provision of enhanced digital skills training to its population. Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, at the ECA, we are convinced that if you want to fully use the limitless um, frontier technologies, we need to make different decisions. We need a strong national leadership committed in the top-notch technologies. This is essential. A national, agile, a team, high-level team is also needed to design local national policies by providing the resources that are needed and making sure that takes into consideration all emergent considerations. We need to make sure that as governments we have to identify the key industries so as to attract investments and show to the rest of the world that our countries are ready to put technologies at the heart of this common well-being. We have to make sure that our companies can also properly use these top-notch technologies through the creation of excellency centers with the use of AI and by providing these companies funding and training. Thirdly, we also have to reduce the infrastructure gap in Africa and fight for the data sovereignty. These are two essential challenges. Africa represents less than 1% of this data centers in the world that are key for the development of AI. These data centers require lots of energy, and this underscores the emergency to reduce that gap in the continent. So, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, these technologies are key for the African Continental FTA because it allows to reduce transaction costs, improve transparency, and increase exchange efficiency. Interoperability of electronic payments is also indispensable for the right implementation of the agreements, digital agreements in our continent, and therefore for the creation of a single digital market. The latter would enable to reduce fragmentation, improve efficiency of markets, and make easier trans-border exchanges. The payment pan-African system enables to carry out real-time transactions between all countries using all currencies, reducing the transaction costs by half. The Africa Trade Exchange platform that was designed by the ECA and by the African Bank of Imports and Exports with the support of the African Union and the Secretariat of the African Continental FTA enable all companies of all countries to have access to markets and to improve and operationalize their markets. This is, of course, this has its limitations and challenges that we need to take into consideration. The storage of most of African data in these data centers that are outside of the continent does represent an issue, in particular with the sovereign data, medical data, financial and security data, given their very sensitive nature. It is also costly and may lead to delays when transmitting data. So we need to work on those human capacities. Think also about the obsolescence of data policies, cybersecurity, digital matters are an obstacle to the development of this field in the continent. The dependency over the exportation and import of material, the cloud, and many other specialized components also expose African economies to supply shocks, price volatility, and technological other issues. So our ability in terms of research and development are still a limitation when it comes to creating more local added value. These disturbing effects of new technologies in the labor market in Africa cannot be ignored. Loss of jobs because of these technologies can grow fast while creation of jobs remain slow. Moreover, new jobs related to emerging technologies are to be located in different regions, different areas compared to the ones we knew before. So the labor market changes can lead to the deterioration of the job market situation and can worsen the gaps. So we need to be up to these challenges and deal with all those risks, and hence the topic of the conference of this year. And the topic is the following: growth through innovation, harnessing frontier technologies for a better economic transformation of Africa. This is also the topic of the Economic Report of Africa 2026 to be launched during the ministerial session next week. And this topic actually highlights the impact of innovation on growth and economic development thanks to a higher productivity. It also highlights the opportunities, risks when it comes to dealing with data that can boost economic transformation, and also highlights the actions that the African countries can implement in order to maximize this transformation potential thanks to this frontier technology. So while we're thinking about the mission of this ministerial conference, which aim is to identify and suggest transformative actions for a better use of top-notch technological data, I call upon each one of you to be audacious and be more creative. Before concluding, I would like to thank again the Kingdom of Morocco for the warm welcome that we have all benefited from since our arrival here in Morocco, and in particular in the city of Tangier. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Keita, for this inspiring statement. Now I have the honor to make a statement on behalf of Her Excellency Nadia Ftah, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Kingdom of Morocco.
Excellencies, Vice Executive Secretaries of UNICA, Mrs. Hanan Morsi and Mrs. Mama Keita, let me extend the most warm welcome to you to Morocco. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my delight to address you today while extending warmest welcome to you all as you are attending the proceedings of the 58th Experts Committee within the framework of the ministerial conference for the Ministers of Finance in Africa under the aegis of the Economic Commission of Africa in Tangier, a beautiful jewel in the crown of the Kingdom of Morocco, from the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, representing or being situated at the crossroads of past and present, secularity and modernity, making of Tangier a beautiful, magnificent place to be. Allow me to extend the heartfelt thanks to the members of UNICA, ministers of finance of Africa throughout the proceedings of the 57th session that took place in Addis Ababa last March, and that appointed Morocco to host this edition, namely the 58th one. I would like to also commend the efforts deployed by UNICA under the leadership of Mr. Kabartite, the Executive Secretary of the Commission, as part and parcel of the institutional regional landscape of Africa in its quest to achieve the ambition of Africa to be empowered, holistic, developed, and growing. The theme of this session that gathers us this week is harnessing data and frontier technologies for the economic transformation of Africa, growth through innovation, a timely topic in as much as it is taking place within the framework of the drastic mutations the world experiences impacted by unprecedented development in technologies, data, and creativity. Over the past decades, we have experienced an unprecedented, exceptional technological revolution impacting the economies of the world, changing the dynamics of change, as well as the economic equilibria, making of innovation one of the levers, if not the engine of economic development. And all this powerfully impacts our societies and lifestyles as well, be it regarding the way we work, the way we consume, particularly with the widening of the scope of e-commerce, while accessing new technologies, communication media, and knowledge, ways and means, in as much as innovation is now occupying a preponderant place in today's world. At a time, all these revolutions powerfully impact the economies and societies of African countries. They enable us with unprecedented opportunities to make use of them and optimize them as engines of a creative development and opportunities for job opportunities, while making use of innovation and technologies in order to reconsider our economic models that are still relying upon, in a variety of African countries, on natural resources, which makes it a prerequisite to respond to existing public policies, good governance, empowerment, beyond the strategies we've been making use of in order to achieve our ambitions and build an Africa empowered, making it at the very heart of our development models, which requires that we do actually harness regional development at the continent level, while harnessing our complementarity, investments, and the resources distribution, while enhancing best practices and creating bigger markets that are more connected, more complementary, and enabling us to achieve global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco made strategic choices, making of innovation a pivotal pillar when it comes to its economic model, and the wise leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, with our country focusing on technologies and innovation, in as much as digital economy is no longer a luxury or an option, but a prerequisite to build future, with the launch of Morocco's Vision 2030 to speed up the pace of digital transition of Morocco, while consecrating our position as a technological hub in the region on the basis of various pillars, starting with high-speed digital infrastructures, digitalizing public services, creating job opportunities for the youth, and creating an enabling environment. This strategy further enhances digital strategies, attracting investments in technologies, promoting offshoring services, while guaranteeing digital inclusivity. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates, Africa is standing today at a turning point in its steady march, as our countries do have to commit firmly to this innovation with frontier technologies, and these new dynamics of innovation are an unprecedented opportunity for our continent to speed up the process of its transformation, to boosting its development through coordinating our efforts, our resources, investing in our human capital to build a creative, more prosperous, more holistic, more flexible Africa. Kingdom of Morocco, under the wise leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may Allah assist him, further underscores all initiatives that are oriented towards this vision. It is my belief that the proceedings and the deliberations of our meetings will help us in this regard. I thank you for your kind listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bachir, for the great remarks from the government of Morocco. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed with the launch of the commemorative stamp issued on the occasion of the Conference of Ministers 2026, after which we will go for lunch. More than 60 years ago, in January 1960, ECA held its second Conference of Ministers in this city of Tangier, and here we are again today. Today, like in the past, Morocco issued a stamp to celebrate our coming together and to discuss the future of Africa. Much progress has been made since then, and much remains to be done. At this time, we would like to invite Mr. Ahmed Amin Benjelloun Twimi, Director General of Post Maroc, to join us at the curtain for the revealing of the new stamp. Please give him a round of applause. I would also like to invite our distinguished Chair and Deputy Executive Secretaries to join Mr. Twimi at the curtain, please. Do we have microphones, please? Before we unveil the stamp, we're going to keep you waiting just a little bit, and we're going to ask Mama Keita, Deputy Executive Secretary of the ECA, to give us short remarks on behalf of the ECA. Madam Keita. As we wait for Madam Keita, I would also like to invite Ambassador Mohamed Arouchi to please join us at the podium. Ambassador Mohamed Arouchi, the permanent representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the ECA. Please join us at the podium. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up. Thank you very much, sir. Madam Keita, please, short remarks.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to the Master of Ceremony, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECA, to profusely thank the Kingdom of Morocco and to Post Maroc for honoring us of delivering a special edition of Moroccan stamps dedicated to COP26. This testifies to a secular history of collaboration and partnership that's mutually appreciated, in as much as in 1960, the second edition of the history of COM within CEA took place indeed here in Tangier. 66 years later, here we are, here again, with Morocco through its post office administration is commemorating this edition with the issuing of special stamps, which testifies as to all what is being done and conducted under the aegis of COM. Thank you, Morocco. Thank you to the Director General of Post Maroc for having organized so brilliantly all this for us. So we're gonna now reveal this stamp, which testifies to the dynamic existing within Africa, for Africa, as we are seeking to encourage growth and innovation. Thank you. The representative of Her Excellency the Minister, Director General. Thank you, Ms. Keita, for your remarks.
Ambassador Mohamed Arouchi, the permanent representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the ECA, to give remarks on behalf of the government of the Kingdom of Morocco. Ambassador, please, you have the floor. Okay, go. The microphone, please. Oh, you prefer here? Okay.
Ms. Chairperson, Ms. Hanan Moussi and Ms. Mama Keita, Deputy Executive Secretaries of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for the Kingdom of Morocco to host the 58th session of the Conference of the African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, organized under the auspices of the Economic Commission for Africa. On behalf of the government of the Kingdom of Morocco, I extend to you a very warm welcome to Tangier, a historic city and a crossroads of African exchanges. The holding of this session in Morocco carries a particularly strong symbolic and historical significance, as it coincides with the commemoration of the 66th anniversary of the second session of the Economic Commission for Africa, held in 1960 in the city of Tangier. That historic session, held in January-February 1960, took place in a context of profound transformation across the African continent during the momentum of the Year of Africa, when many nations gained independence and the first visions of the autonomous African development were being shaped. The second session of the ECA in Tangier primarily aimed to analyze Africa's economic challenges during a period of transition, strengthen regional integration mechanisms, promote intra-African trade, and assess the economic impact of global transformations on our economies. This legacy of collective reflection remains today a source of inspiration for our current discussions and commitments. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since the establishment of the ECA in 1958 and its organs, including the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, as its main decision-making body, Morocco has remained a committed and consistent partner of this institution. Kingdom has on numerous occasions contributed to strengthening the Commission's analytical capacities, promoting regional economic integration, and sharing its experience in innovative public policies. This commitment is fully in line with the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, who places African cooperation at the heart of the Kingdom's foreign policy. Under His Majesty's leadership, Morocco continues to actively promote South-South cooperation, foster intra-African investment, develop sustainable regional infrastructure, and support digital and energy transformation projects. In doing so, the Kingdom seeks to contribute to a more resilient, integrated, and economically sovereign Africa. By hosting this important session, Morocco reaffirms its strong determination to actively contribute to continental efforts towards inclusive, sustainable, and forward-looking economic transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that the work of this 58th session will help consolidate a shared vision for Africa, identify innovative approaches, and drive concrete actions in support of the economic prosperity of our peoples. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Aruchi, for your remarks and reaffirming Morocco's commitment to Africa's economic transformation. Thank you. And now for the moment we have all been waiting for. Our distinguished officials are going to open the curtain and unveil the stamp. We will do that on the count of 3. I would like to invite everyone to count with me to 3, and then our distinguished officials will pull open the curtain. Are we ready? Okay. This is funny because you do 1, 2, 3, and then you do 1, 2, 3. But okay, I'll do 4, 5, 6, and then we go 1, 2, 3. Good. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Please open the curtain. Now our officials will sign the stamp. We will have an opportunity to view it up close during the lunch break. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? And now we have presentation of gifts from the government of Morocco. Please. Thank you very much, distinguished officials. This brings us to the close of the launch of the stamp. We thank Post Maroc and the government of Morocco for this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for lunch. Lunch will be served outside of the plenary hall, of course, and the ushers are available to lead us to where it will be. We will be taking an hour and a half for lunch. Kindly be seated at 2:30 p.m. Kindly be seated at 2:30 p.m. At that time, we will continue with all other proceedings. We kindly ask that you do not leave and please come back promptly at 2:30 p.m. so we can make up for lost time. Thank you so much once again for your time. Have a good lunch.
Recording stopped.
Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age?
Welcome to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, a story driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development and experience knowledge in action.
Recording in progress.
Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous invite à prendre place afin que nous puissions commencer la séance. Merci beaucoup.
Welcome to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, a story driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development, experience knowledge in action. Welcome.
Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, welcome back from lunch. Our apologies again for the late start as we waited for more delegates to arrive. As we start the proceedings, I would like to remind us that simultaneous interpretation is available. Also, if you would like to make an intervention, kindly raise your country card or your hands to be called upon. As we know, evaluation is a key aspect of ensuring improvement. To this end, the Secretariat would like to communicate that there will be an evaluation of the conference made available from tomorrow. You're kindly invited to fill it out once the QR codes are available. Without further ado, I'll now hand over the floor to the chair of the outgoing bureau of the 43rd session of the Committee of Experts, Mr. Mohamed Tariq Bashir, Director of Treasury and External Finance at the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Kingdom of Morocco, to continue with the proceedings. Monsieur Bashir, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We shall now resume our program for the afternoon.
Next item on the agenda entitled Overview of Recent Economic and Social Developments in Africa. Now I call on Mr. Stephen Karin, Director of the Local Policy, Finance and Governance Division of the ECA, to make the presentation on recent economic and social developments in Africa. Mr. Karanji, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, honorable delegates. Thank you very much for this opportunity for the Secretariat to make a presentation on the overview of the recent economic and social developments in Africa. This presentation is contained in the document that you have. That is the document E/CA/COE/44/4. That's the document that you have in your documents. Now, I'm making this presentation with a start of a caveat that when we send this document to you, the war that we are currently and the global shock that we are currently experiencing had not started. So the Secretariat is presenting to you the document that you received, which was prepared before the war. And the Secretariat is currently working through the numbers as we monitor what is going on with the war. And that is a conversation that is going to happen maybe at the ministerial and much later. So I'm waiting for my presentation. Also, my presentation is actually on the screen. So, let me first of all just give you the picture as we saw it before the war. As you heard from the statements, actually growth in Africa was on an upward trajectory, where the African economy was actually exhibiting strong resilience as a recovery from the COVID-19 and also the shock that came with the war in Ukraine. Prices had started to moderate, fiscal consolidation was happening, and in fact, even our debt levels were starting to come down. The challenge that, of course, we continue to observe is the one related to the persistence of poverty and also inequality. So this is the broad picture that you see in the document that you have before you. So now I'm going to go deeper in each of these issues, including what is driving those numbers. So going back to growth, Africa was actually expected in 2026 to have actually strong growth. In fact, in some of the commentary, it was expected to be probably one of the fastest growing region in the world. And most of this strong growth was going to be experienced in regions like East Africa, regions like West Africa, and it was going to be very good growth in comparison to what is happening in Latin America, which was expected to have 2.3%, although it was going to lag a bit for East and South Asia and slightly for Western Asia. Now, this growth, most of it, is because of improvement in macroeconomic stability, which you member states have actually been investing a lot in, and also strong public investments and consumer spending. Inflation was also expected to stabilize, and this is because most of the currencies in the continent have stabilized, and so there was an expectation that inflation would be below 10% on average for the continent. Of course, this was going to be driven mainly by a fall in the food prices, because oil prices were expected to go down, but now we have a situation that is creating a shock on this. We did have an expectation that the external challenges were going to remain, but now they have been exacerbated by what we are witnessing in the Middle East. Going deeper onto the fiscal situation of the continent, the fiscal deficits were projected to narrow to an estimated 5.5% of GDP, 5.2% of GDP this year, which was going to be an improvement from what we had last year's. And again, this is because many countries are also having fiscal consolidation by streamlining their expenditures, of course, including use of technology, and also enhancing domestic resource mobilization. Except for Central Africa, as you will see in the report, fiscal deficits were actually expected to narrow. And many countries to reduce a bit this year. A lot of money is going into interest payments, which far exceeds what the continent is spending on health, education, and also to productive sectors. So that's on the fiscal situation. Coming to the trade, and you recall that last year, you spent a lot of time because we were considering the issue of the implications of the AFCFTA and what we need to do to improve. In 2024, the value of exports in the continent to the rest of the world reached 630 billion. Our intra-African trade have been rising slowly because intra-African exports reached 106 billion, which is equivalent to about 17% of total trade, intra-African trade as a share of total trade. The remittances continue to be a very important external financing source for the continent. It reached 105 billion in 2024. And this growth of remittances is due to the strong performance in migrant hosting economies, and also the number of migrants, and also the stability of the currencies. Again, this is an area that we are anticipating based on what is going on, that we might see an impact because there is a huge African population that is currently working in the Middle East. The largest recipients for these remittances are Egypt, Nigeria, and Morocco. On the FDI, as you can see there, we had a strong performance in 2024, but most of that was because of a huge investment that happened in Egypt, When we remove the huge investment that happened, if we exclude the Ras El Hekma project in Egypt, the average growth of FDI in the continent was 12%, quite significant still. And also from a regional point of view, Morocco recorded a high increase in FDI of 55%. And this was mainly because of investment in green ammonia and synthetic fuel production. So that's how the external sector look like, as you will see in the report. Now, how did this translate into the social side of our economies? Now, there has been, the key message that I showed earlier is that there has been slow poverty reduction, and income inequality remains to be a challenge. Now, in the report, you will see that we have presented to you details of monetary poverty, the incidence of monetary poverty, and also the number of people living in extreme poverty has increased in several of the countries, and especially in the LDCs. Countries like South Sudan, Uganda, and Zimbabwe, the number of people living in extreme poverty has increased, but the incidence of monetary poverty has decreased. In other countries, including Ghana, Morocco, Senegal, and South Africa, both the incidence and the absolute number of people living in extreme poverty have decreased. And when we look at the multidimensionality of poverty, the multidimension of poverty has increased only in one country, as we argue in the report, but for several African countries, substantial progress has actually been made towards comprehensive poverty reduction. And both in absolute numbers and as a proportion of the population, some countries have made very, very good progress. Now, in terms of income inequality, this has remained high in recent years, and we still have this challenge that more than 3/4 of the income on average in the continent is actually earned by only 10% of the population. And we have a situation whereby half of the African population controls less than 1/10 of the total income in the most recent years. So that, again, does demonstrate that even though we have shown that there has been some resilience in growth, that growth has not really translated to a situation whereby it's well shared, and I think that is something that is here for us to have some discussion. Now, Africa is also urbanizing rapidly. We see a situation whereby the urbanization is growing at a rate of 3.5% at the moment, last year. Now, at this growth, most of it is being driven by high fertility rates. Now, what does this then mean? We have a situation whereby you have this rapid urbanization. You also have some growth taking place, but we have a problem with the labor market. Now, as we have indicated in the report, most of our economies are still dominated by informalities, and this dominates in our urban labor markets. So we have rapid urbanization, but at the same time, informality is the one that is actually dominating these labor markets. Of course, that means you're not able to generate very resilient jobs. Now, in terms of unemployment, Southern Africa has the highest unemployment rate, as we will see, as you can see there, with an unemployment rate of 15% in 2024, followed by North Africa. Now, going back to the issue of informality, it has a gender dimension in the sense that it disproportionately affects the young people, whereby we have 95% of young people in the informal sector, 92% of women, and also a significant proportion of people, of workers with disabilities. Now, the bottom line is that our formal job creation is not keeping pace with our rapid labor force growth, and it's also not keeping pace with the rate of urbanization. The challenge that we face is that our working age population is expected to surge up to 730 million by 2050, given the demographic and urbanization trends. And then if this is going to happen with formal employment not really happening, then we are going to have a major challenge. The report did put a spotlight also on the question of gender equality, and based on ECA's Africa Gender Index in 2023, the continent scored 50.3% for gender equality and women's empowerment. The good thing is that this is a slight increase of what we had, the index number in 2019, which was 48.6. But gender gaps still remain. And as we have indicated in the report, there are consequences that come with this gender gap. There is an economic cost. I think the number there is that on average, every year, the continent loses 95 billion because of gender inequality, and which means that if we were just to close a bit of this gap, there is a lot that could be unlocked from having the right policies and the right actions. So that's what we have when it comes to the social dimensions as captured in the report. So what is it that we are proposing as part of the policy recommendations? We have this in two segments, one on what we propose in terms of domestic policy priorities, and also from a regional and international dimension. We do continue to urge for macro reforms. We argue for innovation and skills, and this is a topic that we are going to come to. We believe that by strengthening macro frameworks and incorporating innovation policies, international development policies, is important things to do. Investing in education, STEM, and digital infrastructure are important things to do. Industrial development and regional value chains is an area also that we believe we should continue to put emphasis on. Domestic resource mobilization and local currency financing, again, to go back to the fiscal framework, it's also an important part of that, and also investment and innovative financing. And for the regional and international cooperation, we continue to urge on the acceleration of the AFCFTA implementation, because of the positive benefits that it will bring, including some of the things that we discussed at length last year, and also the strengthening of the international tax and financing frameworks. And here, the report urges member states to actively participate in the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation, because this is something that was led by Africa, and so we have a good opportunity of having this stronger dimension of the international cooperation. And then, of course, last year, there was the financing for development. So we believe that engaging in the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development are going to be essential in terms of strengthening not only our physical framework, but also in terms of dealing with the issues of debt. So that, Chair, is the presentation on the overview of economic and social prospects of the continent. And again, you have the report. I hope we've just been able to give just a highlight, but we even have more details in the report, and we'll be very happy to take your comments and your questions. Thank you.
Thank Mr. Karenji for the clear presentation, which provides us with a useful background for our discussion. Now I would like to open the floor. I think Mr. Karenji have presented all ideas for useful discussion in order to discuss about macroeconomic and social developments in Africa. And I open the floor for the comments, observation, or a question related to this item. There is no one?
Okay. From here. I'm here. Okay. I would like to first of all thank the presenter for the excellent exposure. I would like to ask him, maybe based on the experience, the positive and negative impact on the socio-economic development of digitalization in Africa. Thank you.
I don't think there is a delegate who want to. Let's see. Have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving this delegation the floor. This is Egypt. So, Mr. Chair, in the outset, we would like to thank Dr. Karingi for excellent presentation. And we just would like maybe to reflect on the slide when it comes to Egypt's experience on the FDI. And yes, Ras Al Hikma deal was one of those importance that have a good reflect on the FDI encouragement in Africa and in Egypt. However, what I would like to share with you is that Egypt Ministry of Finance has championed a new paradigm on building a genuine partnership with business community. This shift primarily aims at restoring trust and ensure tax-centered. By rolling out this comprehensive tax facilitation packages and leverage our integrated system, we have successfully simplified the process, reduced administrative burden on the investor, and this climate of transparency and predictability has acted as a powerful cluster to foreign direct investment inflows, which have witnessed a significant charge standing as global testimony to Egypt's economic sustainability and effectiveness of fiscal policies in fostering a comprehensive and sustainable business environment. So this is what I would like to share with you on this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tanzania, you have the floor.
I thank you, excellent chairperson, for giving me the floor. And I commend the presenter for the presentation. Chairperson, at the outset, on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, I wish to convey our sincere appreciation to the government and the people of the Kingdom of Morocco for the gracious hospitality and the excellency arrangement extended to our delegation here in the beautiful city of Tangier. Chairperson, for the case of Tanzania, in 2025, our economy demonstrated strong, resilient, and broad-based growth despite global economic and trade uncertainty. The GDP, for instance, grew by 6% in the first 3 quarters of 2025, compared to 5.5% recorded in the corresponding period of 2024. The main growth driver are agriculture, construction, and mining. Chairperson, despite notable progress across the continent, the evolving global economic and geopolitical dynamic pose risk to African economy that in turn may drive inflation in energy, fertilizer, and increase fiscal pressure on government. This context calls for a strategic shift in advancing intra-African trade with a renewed emphasis on strengthening Africa's economic sovereignty by reducing structural dependencies and fostering greater self-reliance. Chairperson, by leveraging our diverse comparative advantage, we can promote specialization across sectors and build resilience regional value chain that underpin more integrated and diversified continental markets. This is to be supported by addressing the long-standing transportation and connectivity infrastructure deficit, energy and digital infrastructure to enable seamless cross-border movement of goods, services, and people. Going forward, Chairperson, policy priorities should focus on enhancing economic resilience and sustainability through accelerated infrastructure development, expanded digital connectivity, scaled up blended financing mechanism, and the promotion of climate-smart agriculture. Collectively, these measures will support Africa's structural transformation and lay the foundation for inclusive and sustained economic growth. Chairperson, we submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also wish to thank the speaker or the presenter who provided very interesting information with regard to Africa. On the one hand, foreign direct investment was presented in such a way that the speaker has also made mention of those missing practices between 2023 and 2024. He's also noted that this is due mostly to the mining sector, the mineral extraction activity. For example, in Senegal, you would say that in the southeast region of Kédougou, mines, gold mines particularly, do attract consistent investment, and this is quite a rich region, whereas it is actually the poorest in terms of the concentration of poor populations. And even though FDI is important, I believe that further guidelines should be devised in the sense of serving the transformation in our country of such mineral goods. This will have a positive impact on growth as well as on job generation in our countries. The other element is such that since we talk about innovation and we talk about everything digital, this should also serve the purpose of a greater transparency, whereby many member states in our sub-region would have opted for budget and financial reforms, we should have a stronger impact on a better budget management and a greater efficacy of public expenditures. But as you've stated, I should say that in many of our countries, both debt as well as deficit at our prohibitive levels. In Senegal, practically, as we all know, we've had, according to the most recent audits conducted, Senegal is paying the price, paying the price of transparency, which was very strongly defended by these budgetary and financial reforms. And therefore, in unison, we should speak with one voice, pleading for this quest for transparency. This is a very important element, and if we were to analyze it otherwise, it should be reviewed, positively appreciated, so as to have a better growth in our countries. This is essential for convergence factors that we had criticized, but that need to be reviewed from the angle of a requalification of debt that we may opt for and that could serve as a consistent and sizable argument. Because for Senegal and for many other countries, all it takes is for transparency to be perfect, for information to be total and comprehensive. I believe that we could discuss further this depth as we seek salvation for many of our indebted countries and who should be making a strong contribution towards a better growth and a better development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senegal. Now we do have balance between English and French.
Emilia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to land on the appreciation from my previous speakers on the great arrangement and the welcome by the host country. Thank you. Now, thank you, Mr. Karigi, for a good presentation. I'd just like to follow up on the first question that was raised on the digitization. As you prepare to respond to that, I was just asking myself on how well we are capturing digital activities, because our capacities our capacities to measure digital services, for example, may be limited, and with it goes probably at the estimation of the jobs where our youth may be heavily engaged. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sudan, have the floor.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية الشكر أجزله للجنة الاقتصادية لأفريقيا لدعمها الاقتصاد والتنمية في القارة الأفريقية. برضو بنشكر إخوتنا في المغرب الاستضافة وحسن كرم الضيافة. في الملاحظ في التقرير ما في أي إشارة عن الأوضاع الاستثنائية للسودان خلال فترة الحرب.
Unfortunately, with regard to the Sudan, we do not see any exceptions with regard to the war that is being waged there, as it causes tremendous prejudice and damage to infrastructure and negatively impacts the economy. And when you look at the experience acquired through the resilience, economic resilience to war, and I would hope that we would need to devise special recommendations for war-torn countries in the very near future, and I thank you. Thank you.
you have the floor, Cameron.
For giving me the floor. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirangi, for this very insightful presentation. So, in light of the reading of this report, it seems that 49% is the actual figure of the contribution of the services sector to the African GDP, triggered and sustained by innovation and IT technologies. But there is a concern here. How can we actually explain the fact that a continent rich with so many natural resources has a growth that is drawn and triggered by services? This actually reminds me of the diagnosis that we carried out of the Cameroonese economy that was assessed, designed as a economy based on services. There is a paradox here because there is an abundance of natural resources, and on the other hand, a pauperization and growing poverty rate among the population. And my question is the following: is it normal for a continent such as Africa, with its wide natural resources, that the growth is rather driven by services? Is this growth reliable? Is it sustainable? Is it likely to generate and trigger a structural transformation and fight effectively and efficiently against all challenges that we are faced with?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Is there any intervention or comments or question from participants?
Donc, s'il n'y a pas d'autres...
Well, if there are no further questions or comments, the speaker speaks English, ladies and gentlemen.
Participants, you have a lot of questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable delegates, for the comments and the questions. Let me try to respond to some of the questions. Some of them were comments. Now, on the first question that was raised by the delegate at the back, I did not know which country or which institution you are from. So that we recognize you.
Thank you. I'm representing the Port Management Association from Eastern and Southern Africa, which the Secretariat is based in Mombasa, Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, on the question of digitalization, which also the honorable delegate from Kenya has also followed up on, I was going to say that we are going to have a presentation that is going to be made by our chief economist, where we are going, because this is the theme of our conference. So we are going to go deeper into this issue of digitalization and how it can also explain some of the growth challenges that we are having. So I would want to request that we wait for that presentation, and maybe some of these questions can also come. Now, for Tanzania, I think Tanzania, you have given us a statement on what the country is doing, and we noted that, and I think the Secretariat, including the recommendations that you made, has actually taken note of that. Egypt, no, so I'll come back to you, Tanzania. Egypt first, on the FDI, I think what you have told the other member states is what it is that the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt has done to be able to attract the kind of investments that we are seeing through a lot of tax reforms that are friendly to the investors, and what we observe is basically a payback to those reforms in terms of attracting investments. And I think here what you emphasize is the genuine partnership that the government is aiming for with the private sector, and that's what these tax reforms are aiming for, and the results that we have seen. So thank you very much. Now, Tanzania, I think you highlight again another issue that we are going to deal at length, the risk that comes with the global shock, like the one we are having now. And I think your point is that we have this concentration. We have issues that we need to address, like building resilience through intra-African trade, building stronger regional value chains, investing in connectivity and digital public infrastructure within the continent, and even coming up with innovative financing mechanism. So you make those as proposals of what Africa needs, even after giving us a summary of what has been happening in the Tanzanian economy. So yours was not a question, but a recommendation for the member states to think through that the need for economic resilience as a priority within the continent, and you have given areas how that can happen. And I would want to argue that some of these recommendations you have made here are actually part of what the conference discussed last year, especially on the intra-African trade and the issue of regional value chains. Senegal, you raised the big question about inclusion and shared prosperity, because we have the FDI going into mining, and so the question is whether this is having a positive contribution to the people. But you raise an important question, which again we will be discussing in one of our side events, and it's also going to be part of the broader theme. How do we use digitalization and technology to create transparency that is essential, first of all, in terms of how we manage our economies, including the transparency of expenditures, but also transparency of how we accumulate debt. So there is this theme that might emerge in the conversations in the next 5 days of how digitalization is critical to addressing this question of transparency, and of course not having the kind of risk exposure like the one you have given of what Senegal is currently experiencing with the question of debt. Yes, so Kenya, agree. We accept that a lot of our young people are being employed in the digital jobs. In fact, this is going to be a question that I think the first speaker was asking: what are the positives and negatives of digitalization in terms of jobs, the kind of jobs, the net effect of digitalization and technology in jobs. And the question you pose is, do we have a good capturing of the data in our data because of the digital services that our young people are currently providing? And I think that's also going to be part of the conversations that our chief economist is actually going to address. Sudan, you request for a special recommendation on the countries that currently facing war. And I think the point is well taken, because war in itself does not allow or does not enable our populations to enjoy the kind of peace that we need for shared prosperity. For Cameroon, is it normal for sorry. Is it normal for a continent that is so rich to have its GDP being driven by services? Now, as you will see in the report that we'll be providing to you, we do actually go a bit deeper on this question. Yes, it's true, services dominate. Now, the challenge is that these services are also not very high value kind of services. Maybe the theme, the conversations that we are going to have now in terms of frontier technologies may allow us to accept that you can actually have a strong contribution of services if that is leading to productivity growth, which translates into growth. As things stand now, we don't have that kind of result. So we have services, huge share of services, but not leading to productivity growth, and of course not translating to the kind of growth, the level of growth that we would want to generate jobs rapidly for the young population, and also for the rapid urbanization that we have. So your question as it is now is valid, but now we are going to pose in this conference whether the harnessing of technology, the harnessing of data and frontier technologies, maybe it could lead to kind of services that we wouldn't mind if they lead to a higher share of GDP. I think the last, I think that was the last question that was asked by Cameroon. I hope I have answered everything. I don't know whether our chief economist wanted to say something, because I think there was something, the question, Sudan started in Arabic before the translation could come into my ear. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. If you don't mind, I'll pass it to the chief economist.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karinji, for your response. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephen. I think you've addressed many of the issues already raised, and as you said, we will have a detailed presentation, particularly on the theme of the conference and the role of technology and innovation in, supporting economic transformation. But one of the things I just wanted to come back on is the question that was raised about services and the role of it going forward, and is it reliable and sustainable to have a large share of services? I think one issue is, of course, the value addition of the services, but one important element that I wanted to bring to the discussion is the fact of what we have seen recently amid the disruptions, global disruptions in trade, and the decline in trades of goods. We've actually seen an increase in global trade of services. So what I wanted to highlight is the fact that actually this, increase or high level of services can be a factor in supporting resilience of the economy, particularly if you manage to have a higher value addition services that you can actually export. And it's less exposed to disruptions than actually trade in goods in the current system. So I think it's a very important element to keep in mind when we discuss this, and also for us to rethink the type of development models that we're used to. So what worked in the case of East Asia 30, 40 years ago is not likely to be the model, the type of development model that is possible in the current day and age. We will see more of the services as a share of the economy relative to, what we are used to, decades ago. So there are a number of elements that we will keep discussing throughout the conference, but I just wanted to highlight these issues. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hannah. Distinguished delegates, I invite the committee to turn on to the next item on the agenda entitled Assessment of Progress on Regional Integration in Africa. For that, I am calling on Mr. Milako Desta, Acting Director of the Regional Integration and Trade Division, to present the overview of regional integration in Africa. Mr. Desta, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very happy to present to you the report on the assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa, which you'll find under document reference number E/ECA/COE/44/5. You will see that in the presentation, the next slide, we will have, there is an outline that I am sharing here. Next slide, please, where I will start with the key messages of the report, and then I will specifically talk about certain elements of integration, starting with trade, then going into monetary and financial integration, and then into infrastructure and energy, saying a few things about social integration, focusing on health and education. Okay. I see. I was meant to be in control of it, but I thought it was being controlled from somewhere else. Thank you. And then I will talk a little bit about governance, peace and security, and then the key policy recommendations. Here, on the key messages, the caveat has already been said by my colleague Stephen earlier. The report was written before the current crisis in the Middle East started. Therefore, some of the optimism that you see in the report will have gone away because of what's going on right now. But the 5 key messages revolve around growth, the positive, the strengthening growth momentum that Stephen indicated earlier, including expected reduction in inflation and narrowing of the fiscal deficit, on both of which the impact of the war is likely to be significant and significantly negative. Under the third key message, I will talk about the African Continental Free Trade Area, and then services. It was presented earlier, and yes, it's a significant share of the economy. But of course, all of these, even if they have been touched, my presentation, the report, approaches them from a different angle, which is from the regional integration angle. So I'll say a few things about the service as well. And I'll conclude the final message here, focused on the free movement protocol, which is an important decision taken by the heads of state, but that protocol has yet to be ratified. Yes. Now we come to trade. On this, again, the figures have already been shown by Stephen's presentation. At least in terms of the political will, in terms of setting down the regulatory framework for trade-led integration in the continent through the African Continental Free Trade Area, we have done very well. Since the adoption of the AfCFTA agreement 8 years ago, now we have about 50 countries that have ratified it. Not only have they ratified it, a lot of them have also gone further and done the technical work that's necessary to lead to actual implementation. About 50 of them have already developed national AfCFTA implementation strategies. And of course, we know that the AfCFTA, great an initiative as it is, it will not mean anything until it's implemented. Therefore, ECA is spending a lot of effort in supporting countries in the implementation process. So out of the 50 national implementation strategies, ECA supported about 45 of them. And 5 regional economic communities have also developed their own regional implementation or coordination strategies on the AfCFTA. Focusing on implementation again, we have taken this matter one step further. We are now developing using what we call simplified step-by-step guides for trading under the AfCFTA in order to enable the small business players to overcome the information barrier that often makes trading across borders impossible. So, and then this is being piloted in about 7 countries: Cameroon, Ethiopia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Mauritania, Namibia, and Tanzania can be mentioned here as the examples. When it comes to the monetary and financial integration, again, as I mentioned earlier, even if the topics might be the same, the report approaches them from the perspective of regional integration. The focus here is when we talk about integration, regional integration, continental integration, you look at the Abuja Treaty that laid down the long-term paths of integration towards the creation of the African Economic Community. You will see the African Monetary Union is one dimension of integration. And on that, we don't have as much progress as we see on the trade side of the integration process, but there are still a number of activities going on, led mainly by the Association of African Central Banks that have adopted the African Monetary Cooperation Program, the AMCP, whose ultimate objective is the realization of the African Monetary Union through the coming together of regional monetary zones, single currency zones, monetary zones, etc. So there is movement, not as much as what we see on the trade front. Right now, I think the one important initiative that's worth mentioning is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which has been led by the Afrexim Bank, the Africa Export and Import Bank, and the number of countries, central banks participating, and the commercial bank that have joined the process is increasing. About 18 countries are participating with about 80 commercial banks. And here I come to infrastructure. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement removes or commits countries to remove policy barriers to trade that are imposed at the choice of our governments. It does not, the implementation of the AfCFTA alone will not have much direct impact on the physical barriers, the infrastructure barriers, the connectivity barriers. So in this area, we know how critical infrastructure is. And according to an estimate that we had from 2020, the annual infrastructure investment or finance cost is estimated to be between 130 and 170 billion dollars, about 40% of it being funded currently by member states, but there is a significant gap that remains. There are a number of efforts through PIDA, the implementation of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. Examples are provided here. I will not go into the details of it. The one important point worth mentioning here is, according to data from 2023, close to 600 million Africans do not have access to electricity as we speak right now. We go into social integration. Here, we picked two issues, health and education. Again, I repeat, the report approached this from the perspective of integration. And when we talk about the health issue, we know how much Africa's vulnerability was exposed when COVID happened. A lot of our countries have been dependent on overseas development assistance for their health budget, for their health expenditures. As early as 2001, the AU Assembly adopted a recommendation encouraging member states to dedicate up to at least a minimum of 15% of the national budget to health. Most of our member states have not met that, and that has become a huge source of vulnerability, especially at this time when many countries have cut their external aid programs. When it comes to education, we see two problems here. At the national level, there is a mismatch, a misalignment between the kind of education that children are getting, young people are getting, on the one hand, versus what is demanded by the labor market itself. That's the country level challenge that we have. From a regional integration perspective, the absence of a framework for harmonization of educational standards, curriculum, etc., and the lack of a mutual recognition framework has affected the portability of education certificates, the recognition of certificates beyond the countries in which they are obtained. Finally, in terms of the substantive areas we looked at in the report, we look at free movement migration. On this, in 2018, just 2 months before the FCFTA was adopted, our member states, our heads of state also adopted a protocol on free movement of persons. But so far, we have only 4 countries that have ratified this agreement, this protocol: Mali, Niger, Rwanda, and Sao Tome and Principe. That's it. We don't have any. The AFCFTA agreement, as I mentioned earlier, was adopted 2 months after this protocol, but the AFCFTA agreement has been ratified by 50. This one remains with just 4. There is a huge problem there. Not only that, in terms of travel within the continent, the Africa Development Bank does an excellent job producing an annual report called the African Visa Openness Index. In the latest report, you will see there is some progress broadly, but there are also reversals. In some countries, there are changes in the opposite direction. They look at the regional economic communities, they do a comparison, where ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, scores the highest, while the region we are in right now, the Arab Maghreb Union, scores the lowest. So there are issues in this area, and then the free movement protocol, the adoption, the ratification of free movement protocol is important because of its contribution also to trade and then prosperity. And then, of course, the foundational issue that has already come up, governance, peace and security, and their contribution to regional integration. I don't need to say a lot on this. We know conflict is not a situation where there is conflict. Not much trade can happen unless it is about trade in harmful products, in weapons and things like that. We have conflict on the continent. There are a number of encouraging peacemaking, peace-building efforts which have to be recognized. But in terms of governance as well, yes, we see elections, for example, as of 31 December 2025. 9 countries have held elections that year with outcomes that are fairly mixed. So what is the conclusion from the regional integration perspective? As Stephen mentioned earlier, yes, the continent is facing a lot of challenges, but I think the story remains, despite all these challenges, the outlook still remains positive. There are dangers, there are dark clouds hanging, but the resilience seems to be a major feature of the African economy that we are seeing right now. We conclude the report with recommendations addressed to ECA itself, as well as to the member states. For ECA, of course, supporting the implementation of the FCFTA remains important. As I said earlier, without implementation, none of the promises of the FCFTA will ever come to pass. Supporting member states on free movement advocacy for the ratification of the free movement protocol is important. On health financing, you will see some of the initiatives that have been launched by the ECA being shared here in this conference, and then addressing member states with debt issues, as was mentioned in the macro presentation. For the member states, again, we go back to implementation of the FCFTA. Again, we will talk about ratification of the protocol, but also we go further and then we talk about digital transformation roadmaps, investment in science and technology, education, and naturally addressing the issue of peace and stability. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desta, for your clear and rich presentation. I think now the floor is open for discussion. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Nigeria the floor. The presentation highlights that funding for education and health, has been constrained because of lack of adequate resources. It is noteworthy that several African countries rely on debt to provide needed social services and infrastructure, including in health and education that has been mentioned. And as we can see, tightening financial environment threatens much needed investment in these sectors, including infrastructure for climate resilience. So there is need to transition from debt-driven investment-led growth. Nigeria, for instance, is deliberately shifting away from a model overly reliant on expensive external debt towards a more resilient growth framework powered by domestic reforms, private sector capital, and diversified financing instruments. Through broad-based tax reform, implementation of a modernized tax law, and improvements in compliance and automating the trade system, which includes the launching of the National Single Window Initiative, plans to raise tax to GDP ratio to 18%. So I will suggest that it's about time we start looking at ways of raising funding to provide these critical services and infrastructure in order to be able to also help to remove our people from poverty. And, Africa should also come up with a collective voice, in the international community in order to be able to secure, if possible, near zero interest rate loans for our people to be able to provide these needed services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. Cameroun, vous avez la parole.
Cameroun, you have the floor. Thank you. We shall now focus on infrastructure and energy-based integration. Therefore, with regard to air transport and in terms of air infrastructures, we had subscribed to a commitment in 2025 to create a single African market. During the most recent COM in Addis Ababa, we had a side event on improving air transport in Africa. And in the figures that were put forth, one sees that $8.9 billion shall be or must be devoted to air transport. So what comes out? That one is under the impression that we may not be sufficiently ambitious and we do not go far enough, because $8.9 billion tantamounts to the amount being invested for the construction of the new airport in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. So when we project the fact that we invest in value chains, in industry, should we only take the case of the air transport industry? Experience in Europe with Airbus, whereby in that community they use a shared aeronautics aerospace value chain. So in terms of our ambition, as we wish to develop air transport, shouldn't we not go further in depth, take into account the service dimension, but as well as the industrial dimension, and say that by this deadline or another, Africa must engage in aerospace industry, in the air transport industry, and this would allow us to build a true African power. We always think of focusing on services, and it is a way to escape or to run away from the debate, causing us to be weaker, because if we focus only on services without putting the right focus on industry, we will not be able to build a sustainable industry. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cameroon. You are?
Bia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, the presenter. I also wish to stand on the existing protocol to thank the people of Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco, for the warm hospitality and the arrangement and assistance they have offered to the delegation, since our arrival. As the directorate in charge of assessing the regional, the integration, one key factor that may have appeared to be a low-hanging fruit keep eluding, and year by year, the report on that item also always found to be quite wanting, is the issue of free movement of person, rights to resident and right to establishment. Again, in the director's presentation, this has a very low score. It's still a big problem, given the statistics he has given in terms of visa-free and where you require visa on arrival and where you need visa before you can travel is appeared to be quite appalling. So I'm not sure how ECA is doing or assisting or collaborating to find a solution, for this issue that, of course, requires just to have a visa free. Perhaps may not require a lot of other investment that may be required in the the travels, the road connectivity, the train and others, which require huge infrastructure. So I don't know how much we can measure the assessment of our integration when moving from one point to the other is quite challenging, which may not require much or no financing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No. Madagascar? Oui, vous avez la parole.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Chair. Allow us to begin by associating ourselves with previous speakers, thanking the host country, the government of Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco, for all the support that was provided to our delegation since our arrival. We are grateful of that. Chair, we just want to address the issue that was tackled by the distinguished delegate from the Gambia. And as he rightly mentioned, the issue of free movement of people or persons in Africa is the issue. And I think from our point of view, the numbers that we keep seeing in terms of countries that have already ratified, maybe they're telling us something. I think instead of keeping pushing and pushing for member states probably to quickly ratify it, I think we need to take a time to reflect on it, because from economic perspective, it is crucial to open the borders, to allow, in fact, the free movement of people and so on, because it's good for business, for regional integration, and so on. However, when you look at it from security perspective, then you'll have an issue. I'm not going to mention other countries. I will just go to my own country. Some of the security challenges that we are facing, when we go deeper, we realize that some of those people who are bringing all the issues that we are having there, they are not entirely Mozambicans. They are coming from somewhere. So how are we going to really be willing to just to open the border for whoever wants to come in? So what we are saying is that while from economic perspective, it is good to really open the borders and to facilitate the free movement of people. However, we really need to go deeper on this issue. There are serious security concerns that most member states are really taking in consideration when it comes to ratifying this protocol. Thank you, and I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much. Je ne sais pas, je vais demander... oui.
Well, any other comments? Tunisia, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Thank you, Kingdom of Morocco, for the very warm welcome. Thank you, Chair. I just have a very brief observation. We do agree that there are many issues in terms of the exchange of investments between African countries, also in terms of trade of goods and services between African countries, as well as the mobility of individuals, as this would be actually an issue in terms of visa, as well as in terms of facility to go through borders, as well as transportation. Should it, I wonder whether we should not actually determine some short-term objectives through what may appear to be modest means and measures. However, it would enable us, I believe, that during a short span of time, we would be able to monitor all of our efforts and be able to achieve greater objectives that very often represent major challenges. However, the definition of goals on the long term is such that you would have a difference between the goals therefore set and what is possible in reality. And therefore, we can see that this may generate quite a broad gap because the reasoning of we need to make reasoned, adopt reasoned goals on the short term and very clear objectives, because one has to recognize that there are many issues in terms of crossing borders between African countries, as well as issuing visas to business people or to normal travelers. You can see that we have no infrastructure in place, road infrastructure or networks that would enable people to transport their goods with facility. So we need to see what is essential, and then we can move on to greater purposes such as integration and the movement of capital or investment. So these would be some suggestions that I do put forth to your appreciation. Thank you very much for your worthy presentation. I do therefore ask the delegate from Burkina Faso, Somalia, and Benin, whom are connected online, if they have questions on this in this regard.
Okay.
So, well, there are no comments.
Question. You have the floor, Mr.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, thank you, distinguished delegates. I think you have raised a number of very important points, important reflections. If I follow the order in which the comments have come, I agree with the distinguished delegate from Nigeria that yes, something as vital as health, as education, should not be left to the charity of others. The debt-driven approach is certainly not working. And I would agree with you that domestic resource mobilization would be the best way to go. To what extent is that feasible for different countries? Of course, different countries will have different priorities. So I agree in principle, but again, the realities on the ground, the fiscal realities on the ground might be different for different countries. Otherwise, I think this is exactly the direction I would also go. Cameroon, very interesting question about the air transport, the infrastructure relating to air transport. I believe the figure that you are referring to is relating to the data is relating to the amount of money that would be needed in order to meet the equipment needs in the implementation of the FCFTA. We did a study led by our colleague in the infrastructure division, in which we looked at the question of, if we implement the FCFTA, what would be the demand for additional equipment for transport in the sense of aircrafts and railway wagons and trucks and things like that. We're not talking about the infrastructure the physical infrastructure, the roads, airports, etc., that would go with it. But certainly, ambition, I think, is important, and I agree with you. We cannot be relying entirely on services, but let's also bear in mind that increasingly services are a huge part of the manufacturing process, what we call the servicification of manufacturing itself. So I hear that point very well. Gambia, on the integration front, you mentioned free movement as a low-hanging fruit. And of course, I'm not surprised that it is the distinguished delegate from Gambia, who's saying that, because Gambia, you saw on the data, is together with Rwanda, they have allowed visa-free travel for all African passport holders. So that is certainly a model that we would love to see everywhere in order to encourage integration across the continent. But again, what can ECA help in finding a solution in this area? We have a protocol that's already in place, but I will also look at it in the context of the the question from the distinguished delegate from Mozambique, from a different perspective. Yes, free movement is good integration for trade, for etc., but there are security-related concerns. This is a widely shared, a concern that we often hear. But then we'll have to ask, what exactly the experience of those countries that have been applying visa-free travel for quite a while. What is the experience of Rwanda, Gambia, or Kenya has been mentioned as the one country in 2025 that has improved its ranking because Kenya removed the electronic travel authorization that was necessary, that was there before that. What is the experience of these countries? Have they suffered any security-related challenges? But of course, might not have suffered any security-related challenges. Doesn't necessarily mean the other countries would have the same kind of approach. But again, it's a question of balance here that we have to look at. So the final point, I think, came from the distinguished delegate from Tunisia. Prioritization, I think, is the key point that came out here. It is more of a comment, focusing on movement of capital investment and trade, etc. That's the comment that we will take note of. So I hope I have touched on all the questions. I'm not surprised that most of the questions revolved around the free movement protocol, because this is an area where we really see no progress, not much progress over the past 8 years. The one thing that I would mention is a lot of the questions that were raised by the distinguished delegate from Mozambique, I believe they were considered at depth, negotiated during the development of the protocol. The protocol has been adopted by the highest decision makers on the continent, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government. Now we're supposed to be talking about ratification first and then domestication implementation afterwards. On the FCFTA, the challenge we're having is, yes, we have ratification. Now implementation is not going as fast as we would like to see it. On the free movement protocol, it is the ratification itself that's missing. We have spent so much time negotiating it, adopting it, etc., but then we are stuck at the ratification stage. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dista. And now I invite the committee of experts to return to item 2 on the provisional agenda entitled Election of the Bureau and Adoption of the Agenda outgoing chair, Morocco organized a series of consultations in Addis Ababa between the outgoing bureau members, each of whom in turn organized consultations within one of the 5 sub-regional groups that he or she represents. The outgoing bureau took into consideration the traditions of the ECA Conference of Ministers, also ensuring equal representation of all sub-regional groups in the bureau and the principle of rotation. For your information, the composition of the bureau of the last 25 sessions can be found in the annotated provisional agenda. On the basis of the consultations, the following have been received as the nomination of the Bureau of the 58th session of the Commission. Chair, Cameroon, Central Africa. First Vice Chair, Sierra Leone, West Africa. Second Vice Chair, Kenya, East Africa. Third Vice Chair, Zambia, Southern Africa. Rapporteur, Morocco, North Africa. May I take it that the committee wishes to elect the Bureau? I hear no objection. It's so decided. Okay. I would like to propose. Marteau, j'ai pas de marteau. I would like to propose that based on our standing practice and an ad hoc drafting committee be established for this session. The ad hoc drafting committee will review and clear the draft report of the committee of experts in advance of its consideration for adoption by the committee of experts in plenary on Monday. The ad hoc drafting committee will also review the draft ministerial statements and the draft resolutions to be adopted by Conference of Ministers in plenary meeting next Friday. The Secretariat drafting team will work with the ad hoc drafting committee and will submit the drafts they have prepared to the committee of experts. The ad hoc drafting committee will have membership of 10 representatives made up of 2 members from each of the 5 sub-regional groups, normally members of the outgoing and incoming bureaus, unless a sub-regional group decided to nominate the other members. The Bureau of the 57th session of the conference has had a series of consultations in Addis Ababa on the membership of the ad hoc drafting committee. Based on those consultations, the following has been received as the composition of the ad hoc drafting committee. Northern Africa, Morocco and Sudan, Western Africa, Benin and Sierra Leone, Eastern Africa, Kenya and Tanzania, Central Africa, Cameroon and Gabon, Southern Africa, Zimbabwe and Zambia. May I take it that the committee wishes to establish the ad hoc drafting committee as just outlined. I hear no objection. It's so decided. I don't have the mark. I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to everyone who has worked the success of our mandate. I am also grateful for the support of the outgoing bureau members. Now I have the honor and the privilege to invite His Excellency Dr. Ifanio Daniel Yannick to take seat at the podium.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, deputy executive secretaries of the Economic Commission for Africa, Ms. Anan Morsi and Ms. Mama Keta, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's my pleasure to address you today as the incoming chair of the Bureau of the 58th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all member states for electing Cameroon as chair of the incoming bureau of this conference. I also have the honor of speaking on behalf of my fellow bureau members as we take on this responsibility. Allow me to extend our warm congratulations to the Kingdom of Morocco, chair of the outgoing bureau, for their exemplary leadership and dedicated service over the past year. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the government and people of the Kingdom of Morocco for their warm hospitality in hosting us here in Tangier, and to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for their tireless efforts in organizing this conference and facilitating collaboration among member states and bureau members. We look forward to leveraging their expertise as we advance our agenda. Our tenure arrives at a pivotal juncture in Africa's economic transformation, marked by low productivity, premature deindustrialization, volatile commodity prices, rising debt risk, and intensifying climate shocks. Yet we also face an accelerating force, rapid digitalization, which is reshaping how Africa produces, how productive we can be, and how we connect to global markets. Amidst these challenges, data and frontier technologies offer a transformative opportunity for Africa to unlock new engines of economic dynamism. Advances in digital technologies, artificial intelligence, big data, biotechnology, and other frontier innovations have the potential to enhance productivity across sectors, accelerate industrial upgrading, and build more diversified and resilient economies. When deployed strategically, this tool can drive inclusive, sustainable development by improving service delivery, strengthening governance, expanding digital entrepreneurship, and enabling more efficient management of our natural and financial resources. In doing so, they can play a critical role in accelerating Africa's progress toward achieving sustainable development goals and realizing the aspirations of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, capitalizing on this transformative potential requires visionary leadership, bold investments, and collective action. At the sectorial level, our priorities are clear. In agriculture, we must expand irrigation accelerate mechanization, deepen agro-processing, and redesign financing to channel resources toward farm-level innovation. In manufacturing, we need to build robust industrial ecosystems, strengthen vocational and technical training, and expand access to technology-focused financing. In services, we must combine digitalization with financial inclusion and invest in human capital, especially digital and entrepreneurial skills. At the national and regional level, we must strengthen governance, harness partnerships, promote R&D, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We must also engage actively in efforts to reform the international financing environment, de-risk investment in frontier technologies, and develop inclusive and dynamic policy frameworks. Investing in both hard and soft infrastructure and preparing our people for the future of work must remain central to our efforts. Underpinning all of this is need for coordinated policies and strategies that collectively drive Africa's technologies and innovation ambitions. Sustainable and inclusive growth will not emerge from isolated initiatives. It requires coherence across finance, planning, and digital policy. Effective implementation also demands collaboration. Governments, the private sector, academia, civil society, and international institutions must work together. This conference, under its theme, brings these stakeholders together and fosters precisely the dialogue we need to accelerate Africa's inclusive and sustainable development. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to reaffirm, on behalf of the incoming Bureau, our strong commitment to working collaboratively with all member states, the Economic Commission for Africa, and our valued partners. Together, we will advance the strategic use of data and frontier technologies across the continent. Through collective efforts and shared resolve, we can harness Africa's immense potential and emerging opportunities before us. We can drive meaningful economic development, achieve sustained productivity gains, and deliver structural transformation our people and economics deserve. The Bureau looks forward to the constructive and forward-looking deliberations in the days ahead. We are confident that these discussions will generate actionable recommendations and culminate in outcomes that reflect the scale of ambition and transformative change that Africa urgently requires. Thank you for your kind attention.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I join others in expressing sincere appreciation to the Kingdom of Morocco for its excellent chairmanship over the past year, and I warmly congratulate the Republic of Cameroon as the incoming chair of the Conference of Ministers. Distinguished delegates, we have now reached the conclusion of day one of the expert segment of the Conference of Ministers. Before we adjourn, kindly allow me to share a few administrative announcements. Refreshments are available for you in the lobby right after the conclusion. You're also invited to visit the Knowledge Fair in the lobby, where we are showcasing success stories, best practices, and innovative solutions in harnessing frontier technologies for economic transformation. Tomorrow, we will reconvene at 9 a.m. to continue our consideration of the program of work and substantive items feeding into the ministerial segment. Delegates are kindly requested to be seated on time. Transportation is available to take you to conference-designated hotels and to bring you back to the venue tomorrow. With this, I wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you very much for all your interventions. Have a great evening.